Solvka. We presented a few possible challenges for these young individuals to choose from to see where they could pose solutions to make the most impact. Health, businesses, education, agriculture, environmental. Feel empowered to get creative. The candidates had to make use of at least one of the following new technologies and indicate how their solutions would be sustainable in the long run. Artificial intelligence, drones, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, augmented or virtual reality, blockchain, natural language processing. As a result, we had 80 sign-ups for the challenge, of which 17 were scholars, 52 were candidate fellows, and 11 fellows, altogether comprising of 11 groups and solutions. Who will be the ultimate winner? Join us on 16 October to find out.
Imagine you're given R1 million to invest in any company. You have to grow this R1 million, double it, triple it, or even 10x it. This is what this challenge is about. So I've won the investment challenge twice already. That's because it takes a winner to know a winner. I've entered various pitching competitions myself. I've won the Jamboree second place, Innovation Hubs pitching competition, Black Management Forums pitching competition. So I'm looking for an individual who has unparalleled confidence and has belief in themselves that they're the ones to truly make this idea come to reality. I'm looking for an idea that I will personally use and one that makes business sense. I encourage you to take the challenge. Heads up, look for an individual who understands what they're talking about and is able to articulate the message of the idea and the company. Someone who understands the business behind it, and someone who's confident about the idea and themselves. As Steve Jobs says, those who are crazy enough to change the world are the ones that usually do it. So good luck.
Welcome back, guys. We are currently at the green screen, and I am with one of the executives, one of the higher ups, the head of public affairs and communications, Unontando. Nontando, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, and you, Kahisa?
I am phenomenal. So when you're part of the foundation, you feel the sense of collaboration, and you feel like you're a family. How has this collaboration contributed to the foundation's success?
For us, we greatly believe in the power of collaboration. We think it allows us to be able to make our reach and impact far greater than it would be if we were working alone. And as a result, we're always looking at how, as the different Ellen and Jill Gray philanthropic entities, we can learn from each other, where we know one is doing better than the other, or they've already, collected their lessons, tap into those lessons and see how we can do our work better.
Talking about working better and making things better, how is the Allen Gray entities contributing to make Africa as a whole more collaborative?
So as the different Allen Gray entities, we are working towards achieving a collective vision, one which is inspired by helping to nurture a prosperous and active citizenry in Africa. And by so doing, we have different programs that operate in the continent, and we all contribute to the vision of trying to improve society through meaningful job creation and entrepreneurship. And so our different entities then play their parts, whether they're working with the individual or working with ecosystems that can help the individual or working to grow the businesses of those that engage with us.
One last question, Unontando. You mentioned programs that help move us forward. Any of those programs that we can get involved with, any of them happening now? Do you know of any?
Certainly, I hope that everybody will be listening in on the discussion because we're hoping that we can bring in the representative from the different programs to be able to share how our different participants can get involved. But I think from my side, I'd also like to encourage everybody. We've got program participants that are from Jasiri, from the Jakes Clairville Fellowship, and the Ellen Gray makers that are listening in and participating on the discussions. So please connect, look out for them, and use the opportunity to learn from them and the experiences from their programs.
Unontando, thank you for your time. We'll see you in a minute. As you guys have heard, you need to connect, you need to be listening, and just stay tuned, guys. Thank you.
I guess perhaps with the benefit of hindsight, the legislation was such that, in fact, it was not possible for the Allan Gray Development Trust to be treated as a partner in Allan Gray Limited and so distribute their 20% of the profits of the firm, their 20% of the profits, to entrepreneurs in financing their entrepreneurship. That was what would happen is the trust would have to pay taxes on those profits and donate the after-tax profits to black entrepreneurs. And I guess I'd spent too long in America where, and I believed, well, God helps those who help themselves. And if that's what the situation was, and we had to earn basically 2 rand in order to give 1 rand away, that it meant it was premature to do what we planned at that time. But what's interesting, it was a reflection of what the thinking was in the firm at a very early stage. Even when it was created, that was the most, the letter and the correspondence we have with Europe Telua reflected how, and really was the initiation perhaps of the vision for what's now Allan Gray Orbis Foundation. I think from my exposure in the United States, I had a belief in entrepreneurship and that you could effect change, and entrepreneurs were good at effecting change. And so certainly I wasn't political. I was actually apolitical in my approach, and yet wanted to do what was right. And so the Allan Gray Development Trust was a feeling this is what I thought was the right thing to do. But at the same time, I had a business to run. And I realized if I didn't run the business effectively, there would be much less impact I could have in not only in the business, and would have fewer clients, but also perhaps more limit my ability to be of a bigger help further down the line. And I guess that's a little bit of my philosophy. I'm fairly focused in what I do. I try to excel at a few things. It's very difficult to excel at a lot of things, I find. I'm just that kind of person. I can't excel at many things. So I try to do a few things and do them very well. And so when we were unsuccessful with this, I thought, well, so be it. And we just have to continue with what we're doing at the present time, and the rest would fall into place. So it was always there at the back of my mind, and hence, I guess it was really crystallized with the Black Economic Empowerment movement. And when my partners many years later said, we really wish to do something and we need to do something, I thought, now's the chance. Now's the chance for the greater vision of trying to make a difference, not just to our clientele, which had been the focus until that time, the sole focus, but also to a broader segment of society through setting aside, I guess, a significant amount of the shares that I and my family held, what was then Allan Gray Limited. We had incorporated the partnership by then. And so I, as I think is well known, we created E Squared, a black economic empowerment entity. The trustees, not ourselves, the trustees called it E Squared, being entrepreneurship squared. And that was to finance the future entrepreneurs. But of course you had to create the entrepreneurs, and that's where the vision of the Alan Gray Development Trust was translated into the Alan Gray Orbis Foundation, which would have a staff to really implement the vision. So it's a type of active philanthropy, trying to use our experience in business in philanthropy to effect meaningful change. And just as in Alan Gray Limited, we tend to take a very long-term point of view, and really it was the long-term point of view that accounted for the gap in years between the Alan Gray Development Trust as an idea and the coming to fruition in the Alan Gray Orbis Foundation. And so the vision was there, and in fact things worked out well because the firm prospered because of the people who followed me, not because of what I'd done. I'd perhaps laid the foundation stone, but the success of executives subsequently really meant that we were able to do something much more meaningful, as you say, all those years later in the Alan Gray Orbis Foundation. And looking at the success that Alan Gray Orbis Foundation is having, we have inspired us to have even greater plans for the future. So that's a little bit of the story of the conception, you could say, of Alan Gray Orbis Foundation. As we all look at Africa, South Africa, and perhaps Africa as a whole, one can't help feeling that, rather like the Argentine, it's always spoken as countries of great potential. And that just the sense that there could be so much more that could be realized. And from the investments, I've noticed how countries like Japan, after the desperation of the Second World War, managed to pull themselves up and create an incredibly vigorous economy and much higher standard of living for all its populace. And then other countries, Singapore, Taiwan, Korea followed suit, and now more recently we have China and India doing likewise. And we haven't had that dynamic follow through in Africa. And one wonders, what is the missing link? What's the missing link? It's wonderful what's been accomplished, but there have been a lot of things that have held things back, a lot of injustices, a lot of imbalances. And how can one correct that? How can one improve the outlook, the quality of life of its people? And probably, education, of course, is critical. Education of the youth. The future is in the hands of the youth. The Alan Gray Investment Council was built by hiring people straight out of university. Great believer in youth. They're the innovators. They're the doers. They're essentially the future. And of course, Africa has abundance of youth. But they need to educate that youth, But you need to create the opportunity for the people who are educated. When they come out of university, nothing would be worse than if they have a decent education and yet they don't have the jobs. So who creates the jobs? Who creates the opportunities? That's what, how are opportunities created? They're created by leaders. And so in a narrow sense, of course, businesses are created by business leaders. But as one looks at Africa, one realizes that you could have great business leaders, and yet if other leaders, the more important leadership, the political leadership, is not appropriate leadership, good business leadership can come to naught. And so really it's leadership in its fullest aspect. It's people who want to lead their people from the front, people who want to make a difference to the people they're leading. And so really, when it gets down to it, I think it's more than just entrepreneurial leaders. It's leaders in the broadest context. It's creating opportunity, a sense of hope for everybody who has the desire, the potential, the drive to make a difference, whether it be in business or in teaching or in a government or in politics, in whatever area, or in entertainment or in sports. Each of those leaders, it inspire us, enhance our lives in such powerful ways. And so, yes, that's what I think we think of change agents, people who want to, through their leadership, through their example, create change in our society so that we could have a more just society, level the playing field to a greater extent, such that people can dream that indeed it is possible. I think that's what the foundation is about, is taking, allowing people to dream, not a dream that is impossible dream, but a dream that can be realized. And that's the job of the foundation, is to help those people who wish to effect change, who wish to work towards really improving the lot of themselves, and by improving themselves, becoming empowered to help others in improving others.
I hope you guys are enjoying the day, you're enjoying the session. Guys, we've brought you another surprise. You see, like I said, put on your sneakers. So please tell them what's coming.
I mean, today is all about the vibes, it's all about enjoying yourselves, and we have a special guest, a special artist for you guys. Ke Hotman Laka, DJ K Daddy.
Uncle Daddy. Get your dancing shoes on, Baba. It's going down.
awubathi yebo yebo awubathi yebo awubestu
Piano sa ropa sa yung kaubosa sa tanin ng mo. Kopote ili manyora wosa sa tanin ng mo. Esi DJ si spin na jenga sweet sa ropa dali chicken show. Ayo. Au bistro. Piano sa ropa sa yung kaubosa sa tanin ng mo. Kopote ili manyora wosa sa tanin ng mo. Esi DJ si spin na jenga sweet sa ropa dali chicken show. Ayo, ayipo. Eke babuye noma bengeza bebaningi. Siloku sithule sibheke idanga eke nowiki. 7 days ngeviki. Sajikile ivili. Umthudu John Wick. Akuthama ngaviki. Eke babuye noma bengeza bebaningi. Siloku sithule sibheke idanga eke nowiki. 7 days ngeviki. Sajikile ivili. Umthudu John Wick. Akuthama ngaviki. Udangeke ngibuye. Ingaze ngivu. Udangeke ngibuye. Ithini ngaze ngivu. Udangeke ngibuye. Ngeke ngibuye mina. Ngeke ngibuye mina. Ingaze ngivu. Udangeke ngibuye. Ingaze ngivu. Udangeke ngibuye. Ithini ngaze ngivu. Udangeke ngibuye. Ngeke ngibuye mina. Ngeke ngibuye mina. Shubile kubomvu for lentwana engane. Banu malume amanje kulumani. Shubile kubomvu for lentwana engane. Banu malume amanje kulumani. Shubile kubomvu for lentwana engane. Banu malume amanje kulumani. Shubile kubomvu for lentwana engane. Banu malume amanje kulumani.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your speakers for today's panel discussion. Karen Swanson, Julian Hewitt, Aline Kabanda, Sipho Pelime, and the facilitator, Nontando Mthethwa.
Sanbonani, Molweni, Dumelang, Goeienaand. Good evening and welcome to our panel discussion this evening. As I've been introduced, my name is Nontando Mthethwa and I'm Head of Public Affairs and Communications at the Foundation. Tonight, I'm very excited to join you as we seek to engage in terms of sharing how we, as the different Ellen and Jill Gray philanthropic entities, are contributing to the attainment and expansion of Mr. Gray's vision. We hope that through this session, you will be able to see and identify how through our different programs, we are contributing to our collective vision of an empowered, prosperous, productively engaged African citizenry that is thriving in ethical society with dignity and hope. We, including the Foundation talents and the program participants that have joined us from the different Ellen and Jill Gray philanthropic entities, hope that through this session you'll realize that you're a part of a bigger family that is consistently looking at how it can use the power of collaboration to expand and change the future trajectory of the African continent. A lot of you may not be aware in terms of how we work together as the different Ellen and Jill Gray philanthropic entities. Borrowing from a recent articulation made by Rob Dawa, who's leading us in the process of discovering how we can collectively share our resources for expanded impact, I wanted to highlight to you the path that we have chosen and established in order to be impactful in our society. We refer to the path that we have chosen as our theory of change, and it connects our actions and collective vision in terms of looking at how we map out our impact. We also acknowledge that there are different routes that we could have taken, but as the Ellen Gray group of entities, we have chosen the route of meaningful employment and have acknowledged that meaningful employment is a route to thriving societies. We again acknowledge that a lot of routes we could have identified as a path to contributing towards thriving societies, but we have acknowledged that this is the path that we would like to use. And by connecting us all to entrepreneurial leaders and their big ideas, the journey itself is as inspiring as the vision we have set out. The first is to prepare and encourage young people to be impactful entrepreneurial leaders. Some people call this work preparing the jockey. The second way in which we contribute to thriving society is through helping entrepreneurial ventures access the capital, skills, and relationships they need to succeed. Those same imaginative types call this caring for the horses. And the third is to contribute to an enabling entrepreneurial ecosystem, by example, providing access to quality education and looking at how we can change the attitudes of youth and different contributors in looking at how we can improve the racetrack. And so, why does this matter? For us, the potential of this work in the long term is exciting because we're building on the foundations of our experiences to look at how we can leverage our resources to expand our impact as widely as possible. And so to help me unpack how we as the different Ellen Gray philanthropic entities are contributing to creating high-impact entrepreneurial leaders, we've got Julian Hewitt from the Jakes Gerwel Fellowship, Karen Swanson from the Ellen Gray Makers, Eileen Kabanda from Jasiri, Kirsten O'Sullivan from 10KJ, as well as Sipho Pilime from E-Squared. They'll be sharing with you just some insights around how we impact as a group and use the power of collaboration. But to start us off, I'd like to invite Julian to please share with us how his organization's involvement in our group theory of change helps in terms of achieving the impact of the Alan Gray philanthropic entities.
Thanks so much, Nontando, and it's a real pleasure to be here at AfriJam in 2021. So I was loving just watching the video with Mr. Gray speaking just before this, and really he said, we're looking for people that wish to effect change and help improve others, and I'm here today representing the Jakes Gerwel Fellowship. And really to answer your question around how we fit into this broader theory of change is really that we were birthed out of the Alan Gray Orbis Foundation. And there was this real sense that if we really want to improve South Africa as a country, if we really want to have these amazing entrepreneurial leaders to be able to select, the quality of that throughput is dependent on the quality of our education system. And I think as we all know, it isn't great at all in a country like South Africa. In fact, we're doing ourselves a huge disservice where we are right now. And so there was this real intention of how do we create that change, and what we believe in very strongly at Jakes Gerwel Fellowship is that the capacity of an education system cannot exceed the capacity of its teachers. So in that kind of understanding of how do we go about contributing and making a difference in the space, we really looked at something that worked really well, which was the Alan Gray Fellowship, your leadership pipeline, and wanted to then replicate that, but in a way in which we could point the impact, not towards these high impact entrepreneurial leaders, but in terms of these educators, these expert teachers, these leaders, and these social entrepreneurs in this education space. And so, that was a really exciting journey for us. And we're really here today just to share a little bit more about how we want to make that difference. And essentially at the heart of what Jakes Gerwel Fellowship does is we nurture these expert teachers who embrace innovation and can lead change. So we're there about not just creating a whole lot of amazing teachers, but we really want to tackle the foundations of our education system in a country like South Africa. We want to address the root causes of some of the greatest inequalities that still plague our society. So an interesting story actually is we are named obviously after Professor Jakes Gerwel. He was the inaugural chairperson of the Alan Gray Orbis Foundation, and he himself was a teacher. He himself was an education leader, and he fought very strongly for education being the vehicle of change as part of the anti-apartheid movement. And really just to kind of give you a very brief little overview of how our program looks to make a big difference is we are a selection pipeline. We look at bringing people in at an undergraduate level into our undergraduate teaching fellowship, and at a graduate level into our graduate teaching fellowship. That selection conference is happening right now as we speak on another virtual platform where we have some amazing people looking at putting their hands up to be part of our cohort. I'm also very excited to share that for the very first time next year, there will be 40 Jakes Gerwel Fellows in schools around South Africa for the first time. So very exciting news from our side. Thank you very much, Nontando.
Thank you very much, Julian. Perhaps, Kirsten, you can also come through to just let us know how 10KJ is contributing to the attainment of our collective vision.
Sure, absolutely. Thanks, Nontando. Good evening to everyone, and so lovely to be with you here all this evening. So within the Alan and Joel Gray group of entities, the Alan and Joel Gray Philanthropy South Africa has the mandate of addressing the binding constraints in the South African entrepreneurial ecosystem. To go back to the metaphor that Nontando used earlier with regards to horse racing, we would be the racetrack. So essentially, we find, test, learn from, and showcase effective, scalable solutions in order to improve the environment in which entrepreneurs operate. We hope that this will maximize their potential to start, grow, have lasting success in their businesses, and ultimately create sustainable jobs. By providing this, we hope to contribute to improving the context in which the Alan Gray Orbis Foundation, as well as E-Squared, operates, and help increase entrepreneurial fellows' chances to scale, have lasting success, and ultimately attack poverty and unemployment in South Africa. We do this by focusing our efforts on the entrepreneurial ecosystem, elements of talent, culture, and support for entrepreneurs. We recognize that there are other elements, but we also need to focus our efforts. So we have chosen these three as our core focus areas. Ultimately, we want to see high impact entrepreneurs create significant enterprises and inspire others. People productively employed in meaningful work and contributing to social impact. Self-sustaining, dynamic entrepreneurial ecosystems across all sectors in South Africa. Obviously, we can't address the binding constraints in all industries and elements across the ecosystem, but we have a long-term view. And like I said earlier, we aim to collaborate with other partners with similar concerns and aspirations. We tackle the binding constraints through 3 units, which work collaboratively within Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropy South Africa. The Strategy and Learning Lab unit, which is responsible for knowledge management and commissions or generates context-specific and actionable research and captures insights and lessons learned. This research is then packaged into very digestible, bite-sized documents or media elements that can then be used to springboard entrepreneurial initiatives and improve the context to enable responsible entrepreneurship to thrive. The incubation unit identifies, conceptualizes, and tests new catalytic, scalable social initiatives that contribute to our mandate, with JSCAVL and Fundawanda being, and as well as AG Makers being examples of those initiatives. These initiatives are incubated to a point where they are either spun off as independent entities, as Fundawanda and JSCAVL has. They continue to be housed within Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropy South Africa, or are closed out if their mandate has been reached. And thirdly, the Grant-Making Centre of Excellence evaluates, selects, and manages grants to existing initiatives on behalf of the Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropy Group of entities. So our mandate is a bit broader than just HPSA. We aim to make impactful grants to strengthen organizations' capacity, increase scale and sustainability, and will support catalytic change. The first program funded by HPSA was 10KJ, and already we are starting to harness critical lessons and insights that are informing our grant making going forward. And as we share our insights with other stakeholders, can start to influence how our people think about ways we address unemployment and considerations regarding effective models for job creation, self-employment, and entrepreneurship. Yeah, I'm going to hand back to you, Nontando.
Thank you very much, Kirsty. Perhaps just to move over, so JSCAVL and 10KJ are based in South Africa, and we'll move over to Kenya, where Eileen is joining us. And Eileen, please share with us how through Jasiri, your organization and program is helping to achieve our collective vision.
Thank you so much, Nontando, and I'm actually joining you from beautiful Kigali, Rwanda. That I will be describing our programs as established and implemented in East Africa. I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you so much for having me. And building from the momentum built, across the years in South Africa, and as part of the philanthropy's expansion in other parts of Africa, we've established ourselves with Rwanda being the headquarters and an office in Kenya. And in fact, Jasiri is one of our flagship program. And so basically through the Jasiri Talent Investor Program, we are taking the same approach as the Alan Gray Fellowship Program, but essentially instead of starting at the beginning of university, we start post-university with ideally a few years of experience. So this is to say that the Talent Investor is truly a great continuity of the momentum that was already existing through the Alan Gray Fellowship, but with the starting point being later on post-university. And with our second program being the Wavumbuzi Entrepreneurship Challenge, which stemmed from the Alan Gray Entrepreneurship Challenge. that has been running for many years in South Africa, contextualized to fit the unique needs and context of East Africa. And so the challenge has been running across both countries, and for the third edition in Kenya and a second edition in Rwanda, really building on the momentum. And just with our very first edition, very excited to have seen in the middle of a pandemic about 235 schools, close to 2,000 learners participating in the challenge, and with the same purpose of changing, developing, nurturing entrepreneurial mindset amongst our young students in secondary school. And I think there's a third element of contributing to the broader entrepreneurship ecosystem within the East African entrepreneurship ecosystem. And with that, forging partnerships that enabled us to successfully launch our program in East Africa.
Thank you, Eileen. Karen. Karen is from Ellen Gray Makers. And perhaps you can share just some insights with regards to how this shared service initiative we have embarked on can help us in terms of enhancing our collective impact.
Hi, Nothando, and thank you. Such a pleasure to be here for the first time. Ellen Gray Makers is representing at AfriJam in 2021, so we're very pleased to be here. I think something that you mentioned, Nontando, was our joint vision that we have as an organization, which is this massive vision of a prosperous African continent. And through that, we need to address the dire and urgent problem of unemployment on the continent. And we all believe that we're doing that through this mechanism of entrepreneurship. And so the fact that we have this sort of common vision means that there must be some commonalities in the way we're doing things, even though I understand our geographies and our contexts and age groups and participants come from completely different backgrounds and are doing different things and are in different industries. We're still working towards this joint vision. And so we really have to work together if we're going to achieve this mammoth task of getting our continent on the right track again. And so perhaps I can give you just the context of the Ellen Gray Makers in particular. So really the Ellen Gray Makers is an offshoot of the Ellen Gray Orbis Foundation's work. And it came about through the realization that we can't just be supporting entrepreneurs in certain fields and knowledge industries that come out of universities. And so really the Ellen Gray Makers is focused on supporting and nurturing those that are skilled technically or vocationally, that are typically trained at our colleges and our technical and vocational colleges. And we do this through three pillars. The first is our Makers Academy, which is really igniting a pipeline of technical entrepreneurial talent. And so we do a bunch of work through events and entrepreneurial skills training and mindset training at the colleges and at scale. So we really want to reach a broad group of students at our colleges in South Africa. Our second pillar is the Makers Hub, which, once this pipeline of entrepreneurial talents decide to become entrepreneurs, we really want to be there to see their ideas actually turn into businesses. And so we do that through our startup hubs. And we also want to see existing businesses grow so that they're actually in a position to create this meaningful employment that we want to see in our country. And so we do that through our growth hubs. And then thirdly, we realize that we're working in an ecosystem that might not be functioning at its best. And so our third pillar is really around building the ecosystem, and we call it the Makers Movement. And this is all about championing and enabling environment, both for the skilling side and for the entrepreneurial side of our technical and vocational entrepreneurs. And so in a nutshell, what the Ellen Gray Makers have been doing over the last 2 years. And so if I reflect on our journey when we started, our starting point was always really first to understand the existing knowledge within our ecosystem, within our entities, and where possible work together so that we can share our resources and the vast knowledge that everyone has accumulated over the last decade or decade and a half, and then we really just worked off that to build a lot of the stuff we built a lot quicker than we could have without that. And some examples are being able to use the Alan Gray Entrepreneurship Challenge game and just adapt it for our context, or using our, the competencies that you guys spent so long researching and getting right to make sure that our selection framework is robust, and we could just kind of adopt it and adapt it for our context. And so we're really grateful for all the knowledge that sits within our entities, and we really use that to our advantage. And so in reflecting on all of this, all I can say is the more we leverage of the work that each of the philanthropic entities are doing in the entrepreneurial space, the quicker our impact can be realized. And the more efficient and cost effective our programming will be, so that our resources can go so much further to actually get that impact and that vision that we want to see. And so, yeah, I'm really excited about this new piece of work, which is called the Shared Services Initiative, where it becomes less ad hoc and more intentional in terms of how we leverage off each other's knowledge and resources. And I'm excited that we're going to have even more access to the incredible work that is done across the group.
Thank you very much, Karen. Sipho, over to you in terms of sharing with us, from an E-Squared perspective, how our shared service initiative can help us to enhance our impact.
Sorry, I hadn't muted. I think that most has been said by Karen. The opportunity that we have, I think, as the collective, is really to see how we can harness the multiple networks and skill sets and expertise that sits within the Alan Gray philanthropy. So I think just taking it back to where you started us off, Nantando, talking about the Alan Gray philanthropy's theory of change. I think the way that we see shared services is that when we now start to practicalize how to get the actual entities collaborating and how to actually make efficient and full use of the resources that exist, is really to try and see how we use that structure. So the way that we are looking at it from E-Squared is that we are obviously we come in as an impact investor, an investor that focuses on three types of impact, which is job creation, value creation, and responsible ethical entrepreneurship. We see ourselves as having a lot to both contribute and learn from the other entities within the group. As it is, a number of our actual programs do come through as collaborative engagements and work with other entities. For instance, we have a program that supports entrepreneurship activity at probably its earliest stage most of the time with first-time entrepreneurs in terms of in university students. So here we collaborate with the Alan Gray Orbis Foundation in what we call the varsity pitch, which really tries to stimulate the idea of getting concepts tried and tested, getting some experimentation going among the young people around their entrepreneurial concepts, and starting to really mentor them around what are some of the things that they need to think about when thinking about building sustainable ventures. But we also, on the other, on a much more developed sort of like level, we also have a collaborative partnership with Alan Gray Ventures through what we call AGIV, where we are doing quite a number of exciting investment into mostly tech businesses in the fintech in particular space, and we think that when we start thinking about shared services, for us, even though these are still this is still a structure that's under construction. We're excited about that opportunity of saying, how do we actually start to share our skills and knowledge, our learnings and competencies? How do we start to share resources? Because in some of these activities, especially when we start working with partners like Alan Gray Ventures and others who are also doing similar core business of investing, it's important that we start to see how we can create support structures that can actually accelerate the impact and growth of all the programs across the group.
Thank you, Sipho. And I think a recurring theme from our speakers tonight, in terms of the benefits of working together, is certainly around how we are short-circuiting each other's learnings so that we can move with impact and achieve impact faster. And so with that said, Julian, how can our community of program participants leverage and learn from each other?
Thanks, Nontando. Thanks very much for that. Look, I think it's also very nice to maybe start by saying that in the background, as organizations, we've been working quite closely with each other at an organizational level. So we share offices together, whether it's 10KJ or whether it's AG Makers in Cape Town and in Joburg. We've shared selection processes into Rwanda and back to South Africa again. And Sipho's just getting ready to hopefully fund some of our Jakes Gerwel candidate fellows in the future. So there's a lot of work happening in the background, but your question obviously is, what does that mean for program participants? And so I guess just from a Jakes Gerwel Fellowship perspective, we actively look to recruit our fellows who have very strong innovation, change leadership behaviors. And particularly because we're not just about preparing people for being expert teachers, but we are looking at these education leaders and these social entrepreneurs in this space. So I think that's kind of a starting point just to mention. And obviously in that, there's a lot of languaging that's very common with the Alan Gray Fellows, with the AG Makers, with what's happening in Jasiri already. The other thing that I think is exciting to notice, for the very first time, two of our Jakes Gerwel Fellows were actually as part of the open space in today's session earlier this afternoon. And it's brilliant to just kind of see what that starts looking like when we're bringing across people that have depth in these areas, in our case, teaching and education, and bringing them into this broader, amazing space that DigiJam offers. And so one of the things that's really struck me is realizing that education is ripe for disruption, not just in South Africa, but in Africa as well. So from an entrepreneurial field, it's hugely impactful. And so the data coming out of the African Leadership Academy is they found from the alumni, 40% of them who founded ventures have been in the education space. And then they've specifically put incubators in place to support this development. So there's such a big opportunity. Things are done so inefficiently. And obviously through COVID, we've started to realize how much more we can bring technology into scaling high quality educational opportunities. Another very great example that we very closely linked to is the Valencia Institute. They were behind the UCT's online high school. That's a brand new initiative, and they're literally looking for 340 teachers right now to kick that off. Such has been the overwhelming demand for this incredible high quality education offering at a very, very competitive price point. We also know, Nontando, that one of the Alan Gray Fellows, one of the two unicorn businesses is in the EdTech space. So there really is just this emergence of opportunities. We have some Alan Gray scholars that are part of the Jakes Gerwel Fellowship, and there's an open opportunity for Alan Gray Fellows in particular who want to deep dive into the education space to join our graduate teaching fellowship. And that's a very powerful opportunity if you want to really understand the system, as the Dalai Lama says, and then break the rules properly. So come and have a deep dive with us for a 3-year graduate teaching fellowship. So very excited where the space is going. There's a lot happening behind the scenes. It's wonderful to start seeing it bubbling up at a fellow and a program participant level.
Thank you, Julian. Sipho, from your side, in terms of just some insights around how our program participants can learn from each other?
Yes, I think Julian has said it, from an organizational level, there's a lot that's going on. But I think also captured in the video that we were listening to before with Dr. Gray speaking, we believe at eSquared that our job is really to capacitate the real agents of change, which is the program participants. So I think what it is, firstly, is I think a recognition that the program participants are not just program participants or beneficiaries; they're actually partners in this great sort of like plan to really start to build thriving and prosperous societies in Africa. So I think that the opportunity is really, for me, it's already starting to emerge, but it starts off with these kind of things where the culture of collaborating, whether it is startups collaborating with one another. We see that a lot on our Pathways program, for instance. So Pathways is one of our programs, which is our flagship sort of pipeline building program for our investment, for our core investment activity, which we call eSquared Ventures. And this is typically Alan Gray fellows, and they'll come through with businesses and concepts at various levels and get bespoke support. What we're finding is that there's a lot of collaboration and opportunities for collaboration just within those spaces. But what's also interesting is that we're finding very innovative collaborations, which sometimes will sort of like link a commercial business and maybe a social enterprise, which is one of our, which is another of our focus areas where we really sort of like look to working with sort of like innovative social enterprises that are finding interesting ways of building youth entrepreneurship activities, particularly in underserved communities. So we're starting to see an emergence of this thing, and I think what I would like the audience to really take, particularly members of this ecosystem, is to say that one really needs to look at all these programs and initiatives, with a real openness to saying, if I'm sort of like interested, for instance, in the educational sort of like space and not maybe ed tech and that kind of thing, like we're just talking about now, like Julian was saying, a deep dive could be had through Jake's travel. There's opportunities for fellows to work with some of the makers, in the program that Karen is running, and all these opportunities. I think they exist even across the continent, where with the Jasiri program and some of the other initiatives that are here. The idea is really to say, how can we try to see problems, most of which are very huge problems for one person, one enterprise or social enterprise to try and solve on their own. How can we look at these in a way that says, what is the collective opportunity in this amazing network that our late founder has put together?
Thank you, Sipho. And perhaps just to touch base with some of the individuals that are listening in on our discussion, we've got a question from Elijah, and he would like to know, how do we plug our startups into the various bodies, whether it's Ellen Gray Makers, Jasiri, JSCHEVO, eSquared, as suppliers of services or products that can complement their core value proposition? Perhaps, Eileen, I'll start with you. Is there an opportunity for some of our program participants to plug into some of your programs?
So I get that of me.
Yes, Sipho, you can take it.
Oh, okay. No, thanks. The is here we are. I'm glad that we.
Sipho, I think
sort of like I think
you were cutting there for a bit. Maybe we'll just try once again.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better.
Oh, okay. Now, thank you for Elijah for that question. And just to say, I think that the starting point is really sort of like it comes through from what this forum is trying to do, which is to sort of plug into AfriJam, which itself is bringing together all the entities across the philanthropies, and really to sort of like ensure that we all know what we all do. So what's interesting, Elijah, as Julian was talking about how we have sort of like been working together, part of that work has been to map out an entire sort of like framework which says what programs exist within which entities, and what the focuses are, and what sort of like outcomes that are being pursued. I think what the responsibility that we have now as organizations is to bring you guys who are participating in the various programs to an understanding of what that map looks like, what are the opportunities in that space. I believe that the real power is in exactly what you're asking for. So in short, I don't think that we have done as well as we could have to this point in terms of really being able to harness the collective potential that exists. But I think that where we are now is certainly a good point to say, we start to find ways where everyone can know, for instance, what are the businesses that are participating in the various programs, and the businesses themselves, and being able to showcase and to have a strategic intros in various areas. So I hope that I've sort of like given a start, but I'm sure my colleagues will add to that. To that.
Sure. Julian, I know you earlier mentioned, for instance, that with some of our fellows, they're in the education in terms of the entrepreneurship space that they are playing in, and there are opportunities again to look at, with some of the developments there, how they can help in terms of furthering your vision and value proposition. But would you be able to expand a bit further in terms of how we can leverage the knowledge base of our program participants and fellows so that it feeds into our organizations?
Yes, sure, I'll do that. Thanks, Ntando. And I see Karen's also got a great AG Makers example, just in follow-up to Sipo's point. Look, the reality is entrepreneurship and in our case, education are wicked problems, right? You're not going to solve them very easily. They're not very simple. And if they were easy to figure out and to come up with solutions, we wouldn't be in this space right now. I mean, as Sipo himself was saying, it's complicated out there. And you've got to come up with, in a way, quite complicated interlinking solutions. So the reality is, there needs to be a little bit of an understanding of, for example, within Alan Gray Fellows of what the education space is like, and with Jacques Havel Fellows of what the entrepreneurial space is like. They're also interlinked nowadays. And so I think there's that sense of really being able to build more on that. The reality is we were quite formative in this journey. So the kinds of points that you're making will really come up in a few years from now when we see Jacques Havel Fellows starting edtech businesses and eSquared funding them, for example, in our own context. And then maybe where we're chatting to Rwanda to say, we'd love to see how we can support you with a teaching fellowship there. So I think that's the possibility, but we need to create the space for that to emerge. But I'd love to also see what Karen has to say on the AG Maker side of how they're collaborating already.
Karen, please go ahead and share.
Sure. No, Elijah's question just made me think of an example of where we have managed to, and not in a very intentional way, but more in an ad hoc way, managed to actually use some of the fellows businesses as a service provider for makers. And I'm really excited about the outcome of that. And it was really through a partnership with eSquared and conversations that we were having with them that we found an incredible service provider to actually develop our online entrepreneurship course that we were developing. And we love that it comes from a fellows business because we have this value as Alan Gray Makers and as Chef the Philanthropy, where we really put the participant at the center of our programming and whatever tools we develop. And it's great that they are literally at the middle and at the center of developing this entrepreneurship course, having gone through many, I'm sure, that didn't really speak to them. So we're hoping that it will be so much more relevant to our program participants because it actually comes from a fellow. But I agree with Julian and Sipho to say that we really are at the beginning of this. A lot of the programs are fairly new. And I think we need to think more carefully about ways that we can actually make sure that these opportunities are available to our huge community of change makers and entrepreneurial fellows. And so I'm excited about the prospect of that, but we definitely need to do more work, and we're really at the beginning of that.
Sinaz, I would like to know what qualities should up-and-coming entrepreneurs look out for when choosing partners to collaborate with to strengthen their vision or ventures. Perhaps, Kirsten, we can get a view from you in terms of what, through some of the experience that you've had over the years with 10KJ, working with different entities in the space of collaboration, perhaps just some lessons in terms of what to look out for in a partner.
Absolutely. It's a great question. And I think, as we are moving in our journey with 10KJ, we're learning all the time. But I think what's has stood out for us as well as our participant organizations is that there are always opportunities for collaboration and for strengthening initiatives. And sometimes it just takes being in a room, whether that's virtually or in person, to just have a conversation and to just find those linkages that you might not necessarily know are there. For us, many of our 10KJ partners didn't know each other before being selected for this initiative, and now are collaborating in ways we could never have imagined at the onset. So I think, first of all, though, you've got to have an aligned vision and mission in terms of I think, for our partners, it's about putting the work seeker or entrepreneur first. So, in terms of shared values, I think that, to have a trustworthy partner, I think is critical. And then just having an opportunity to collaborate, to co-create, and to tweak as you go along, because it's not going to probably work out exactly how you would like to see the end final product from the beginning. But as you walk a journey together, and I think it is a journey when you are collaborating, you can learn to understand each other better and also support each other in more and in different ways. But I'm sure some of the other panelists also have other ideas in terms of critical success factors.
Eileen, perhaps if we could hear from you in terms of what some of the advice is for our entrepreneurs who are looking to collaborate with others in terms of what they should be looking out for.
Absolutely. And I think Kirsten covered a lot of it. There's power in collaboration, and it's just this belief that we cannot do things alone, and we do not need to reinvent the wheel. It's really learning from each other and leveraging each other's strength. In the context of Jasiri, for instance, it's just this power and strength in running interventions in other parts of the country, and in Rwanda and in Kenya, and leveraging those best practices that are acquired and ultimately beneficial for our great ecosystem. But speaking to the entrepreneurs more specifically, I was amazed to look at the number of, and I liked how you've put it, Sipho, our partners, our program participants, 800 that we have today. And I liked how, Elijah, you're touching on this. And so this in itself constitutes so much opportunities for collaboration, so much, opportunities to create relationships, across the different entities and the different regions and countries. And so the more you have friends across the continent, the wider your reach, truthfully. And the reach would then be, more than just across the countries, it would be continental. And so we believe, truthfully, for Africa to achieve its grand vision of prosperity, and now more than ever, there's just this great importance to work together, to collaborate, to think beyond, in thinking about innovation and solutions, to think beyond the borders of our country, and because now more than ever, the borders are really can only be seen in the limits or the limitations that we give to ourselves. And so I think the DG Jam is really an excellent platform for these connections to start between our program participants. And the more our entrepreneurs think in the bigger scheme of our continent and our regions, and think big in that sense, the better for Africa to reach prosperity. And so this is such an extraordinary opportunity and of collaboration in this room and in this moment where all our entities are together.
Thanks, Eileen. And I think leading very nicely into that question is a question as well from Pilani. He is asking, how do we strengthen relationship in these collabs, given the geographic distance between program participants and working virtually in this digital age? Is there opportunity perhaps to look at how we close the gap and create opportunities for our program participants to still be able to connect? And perhaps Karen, I'll come over to you for your perspective with regards to perhaps how we can bridge the distance gap.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, I think you raised such a good point, because it's not as easy as it was before. But in other ways, it's easier than it was before. So, we had all these amazing events where we'd be in person, and there is something magical about in-person events and conferences. And because there's this magic that happens between people when they're just having a coffee and happen to be talking about something, and an idea sparks or something happens. So, yes, it saddens me that we don't have those as much anymore, but hopefully they will come back. But at the same time, we found it has become a lot easier to reach people that were previously really not reachable. It wasn't feasible to reach certain participants, connect certain participants because of their location. So to fly everyone in and provide accommodation, we only have limited resources. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity. I don't want to use this example over and over, but we are obviously at AfriJam, which is one of these opportunities, which I think people are so much more comfortable with, that it is actually digital, whereas before it was completely in person, and there were only limited invites. Where now we get to meet all of you, we get to tell our stories of what we're doing, and you get to learn about our programs, which I don't think would have happened previously. And at the same time, we're able to stream this event, and there's been other events this year, to all our program participants, and we would never have been able to provide them with that opportunity, because they're not a fellow, or we don't have budget to bring them into an external event. So yes, I do think it's more difficult in some ways, but I think there's a lot of opportunity that has happened because of that. And it really is about you kind of reaching out and making sure that you attend those events and make the most of them through the networking opportunities that are available digitally. And then it's also just to mention that it's not just local opportunities, but it's also now global opportunities. So I know, and Julian, I don't know if you want to speak about it, but I know that, JXCAR have been able to bring incredible speakers and things to their program participants, that on a global scale, which would never have happened in the past. So there's opportunities like that I think allow us to really expand our horizons and understand the world at a global scale that is really phenomenal. And I think people are so much more comfortable with it. So, yeah.
Absolutely. And Julian, Karen has volunteered you to perhaps expand from a JXCAR perspective.
Thanks, Karen, and thanks, Nothando. So look, I mean, I guess the thing is all of us here are really trying to grapple with this question of how do we increase our impact? And obviously at an organizational level, you've got finite resources. So I think just COVID's been quite phenomenal for us at JXCAR Fellowship, in terms of us really realizing that we can scale what we're doing through these kinds of technology platforms. We've significantly increased the number of people that we've been able to reach and attract to apply for the fellowship opportunity over the last couple of years. So it's just made what we do have the opportunity to really reach so many more people in the future. So that's been very exciting for us. And as Karen has said, I guess our equivalent of DigiJam is called Summit. And we've been able to attract some of the most phenomenal educational leaders, expert teachers, teachers that have won $1 million in Global Teacher Awards to come and speak, often for the very first time to South African audiences, and purely because it's an online platform. I mean, right now, in the middle of our selection camp, I'm sure we have some of our fellows and some of our staff from Jake's Havel listening in. So there's some amazing things that can happen in an online environment, and it does create this opportunity to interconnect so much more. But of course, we'll also obviously say we miss the interpersonal connections. There's something really special about, being in Rwanda and having your residential incubator opportunity as entrepreneurs, where you're really developing these deep bonds of trust. So technology can take you really far. It has to be very inclusive and enabling and people-centered. Otherwise, you're going to miss out on so much. But I think when you really want to start deep digging into that entrepreneurial journey, that's when face-to-face, I think, is still the number one opportunity.
Absolutely. And perhaps just doing some reflection as well. Eileen, maybe if I can check with you, advice that you would give to your younger self about the power of collaboration.
That is an interesting question. I think it's in realizing that we're all interconnected, that we all have a desire to achieve things, to create impact. It's in finding synergies, building trust, creating win-wins, and jointly, equipped with the right set of values and a shared purpose, achieve much more than one would achieve alone. I think it's just realizing that in today's world, I mean, they say that, if you want to go far, you go alone. And if you want to go, you actually go with others. So it's really realizing that there's power in this.
No, thank you, Eileen. Sipho, advice to your younger self about collaboration?
Yeah, I probably will tend to also just, speak in some of the questions asked before. But I really think that, I agree 100% with what Eileen was saying just now. If you listen to what she was saying, it's more the non-technical attributes. It's not how great a technician you are or technically competent you are. All those things are important. Those are what gets you into the game. But what gets you winning, what is sometimes called the softer skills, but I think that these are what I prefer to call them critical attributes. So critical attributes around, just worth mentioning again that building trust is something that one has to be intentional about. So intentionality is, for me, at the starting point of this thing. You have to decide how big is this vision that you want to pursue. I think we are fortunate, all of us here, partners, as I call us, we are called into a very intentional vision that the visionary and founder of this entire thing essentially put together. And so we find our place where we come in there. So to the things that have been talked about around other things that could make it successful as we learn to collaborate and go maybe further, and taking others with. I think I would say that really continual learning, which is for me spurred by one's curiosity and really a mindset of growth, And one needs to think about these things always, whether it is a for-profit or not a for-profit, a pursuit, but there's something about shared value. So we talk about values, but all about the shared value that you could generate out of these things. I would say to my younger self that you don't have to pay school fees that have been paid, so many times over by people within reach of you. I really think that there is an urgency that I would like our partners to embrace. Africa is bleeding in many ways. We talk about, the sort of like demographic dividend. We have a young population. We talk about the resource abundance in our continent. We talk also about the great opportunity that lies in the fact that there are so many underserved communities within this very continent, which has the resources and which has the energy by way of the young people that make up the majority of it. So what I think we need to do is it's both at our at organizational level where I'm very excited that we are really starting to put fuel into this engine of collaboration and cross collaboration, cross learning. But I really think that we should now start to create, really create strategic opportunities where joint programming, eventing platforms can be put forward. One of the things that I think we need to think about, it goes to the comment of saying, don't just think local. There's something about creating your own market. And for me, the starting point is within this ecosystem, what are the opportunities that we could create markets for the budding and the growing entrepreneurs and innovators in our midst. And based on that, I think we could also just further sort of like develop that by bringing in then other sort of like networks that we have. For instance, E-Squared has a partnership with Endeavor, which is a strong network of impact entrepreneurs and investors, and we have opportunities for people to be able to get as Julian was speaking just now, also very very high quality international and local expertise, and business leaders. There are opportunities to learn, to grow, and to really start looking at how one can actually play their part, their part in pushing forward the overall vision towards an Africa which is really thriving, and with dignity and hope.
Thank you, Sipho. Kirsten, perhaps some advice that you'd give to your younger self?
Thanks, Ntando. Yeah, so I think it's that you don't have to do everything by yourself and that you don't have to have all the solutions. I think there's just so much collective wisdom in partnering. And we've seen that with some of our partners in 10KJ. And actually a really nice example is a organization that we've been funding for the last 3 years called Grow Great, which aims to eliminate stunting by 2030. And this is the third year that HPSA is funding, but there's been an element of the model, which is a social franchise for antenatal groups. And so we partnered with E-Squared for them to help address some of the blockages that are preventing it from being sustainable and scalable. And I think what we also learned from our 10KJ partners is that nobody can address all the elements of any solution. And I think that's, like Sipho was also referring to, relevant for nonprofit organizations as well as for for-profit organizations, that there is strength in partnership, and collectively you're stronger. And so I think that is my takeaway in terms of collaboration.
Thanks, Kirsten. And perhaps to put Julian and Karen on the spot, we've been encouraging our program participants to tweet about the discussions that we're having, and perhaps just a short tweet from you that you would put up using 3 words, which are collaboration, Africa, and entrepreneurship. What tweet would you use using those 3 words? I see you, Karen, going, Any thoughts, Karen, on the tweet?
Oh, goodness. So collaborate, Africa, and entrepreneurship.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not a Twitter person, so I probably don't even have the character limit yet. Yeah, it's time to start collaborating Africa so that we can expand entrepreneurship.
Good one. Julian?
Thanks, Nontando. Geez, I'd say let those borders fall. Collaboration is what's always in us, and entrepreneurship is at the heart of it.
Love it. Let those borders fall. Sipho, what would your tweet be?
I was going to say, I was very glad that question was not directed to me because I think I'm too wordy for that. But I think it'll be make Africa great, collaborate, honestly.
Thank you. Eileen, your tweet?
My tweet would be accelerating entrepreneurship in Africa through collaboration.
I love it. Kirsten?
I would say Africa, it's our time, collaborate to promote entrepreneurship, to accelerate entrepreneurship.
Thank you.
Borrowing from other people.
Thank you so much to our panel. We have really appreciated the insights that you have shared with us. I hope that we will continue with the conversation. I know that there's quite a mouthful that has been said in terms of how we can use the power of collaboration, but I think the most important thing to take away is that the conversations don't stop now. We still want to hear from you. Engage us with what you'd like to know about the different programs and how you can get involved. The only way we will find out how we can maximize our power of collaboration is when we engage each other and try to collaborate around how we can come up with African solutions for some of the challenges that Africa faces. Thank you very much for joining us this evening, and I'll hand over to our MCs.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome onto screen Siphokazi Khuzwayo.
See Mr. Gray's vision come to life. The panel was absolutely amazing and the conversation was flowing. I am myself very inspired. You know, Uti, the foundation isn't about ngazo. It's a good time. And on stage, we have Man on Lemon, who is a Cape Townian DJ who will bring us some wonderful house music sounds. Please do enjoy. Nani Niezwa, Nani in studio. It is absolutely amazing. I'm seeing the collaboration between the backstage team, the DJ, myself, the MC. It is absolutely amazing. Okay, and so tonight we want to trend on our social media. So please do interact with us on Twitter and tag us at Alan Gray Orbis, as well as using the hashtag collaboration, hashtag create your future, and hashtag AfriJam. Let's take the foundation onto the next level. Okay, yesterday there were vouchers to be won when you interacted with us on social media, so please do so today. Okay, up next we will have Mr. Dion White, and it is my absolute pleasure to welcome this amazing man onto the stage. He joined the foundation in 2014. He is also our head of information systems and technology. He is responsible for capital investments to digitally transform the foundation for greater impact and ensure sound return on such investments. He has 30 years worth of experience in this department. He has an MTP from Stellenbosch University. It does not end there. He also has a master's in public administration from the University of Western Cape. And he is also a PhD candidate at the Da Vinci Institute for Management in Technology Innovation. Mr. Dion White is my best friend that I formed over the past few days, as I am an IS major and truly inspired by him. Mr. Dion White, over to you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome onto screen Dion White.
Very good evening to everyone in AfriJam. Man, the atmosphere in the studio here, we are jamming, people. We are really jamming. It is my honor and my privilege to introduce our keynote speaker for this evening. And before I go into her profile, I want to make a deal with you. I'm going to say at the end, please give a warm foundation welcome. And at that point, I'd like you to send the messages of welcome and love in the chat. I want us to break the chat tonight. Let's see if we can keep the AV guys on their toes, keep the IT guys on their toes. I want you to start typing that message of welcome. Show our keynote speaker the love and the empathy and the atmosphere that we have in the Foundation family. So get ready, and when I say, Foundation family, show your love, send that message. I want to really see if we can break the chat tonight. So, our keynote speaker, Charmaine Harvey. There's so much to say about this lady. She has over 2 decades of telecommunication experience working with private and public sector organizations across Africa. She joined Cisco with several years' experience as a senior executive in complex, diverse, and transformative roles with high-profile leading ICT companies. Charmaine leads Cisco's technology growth, government affairs strategy, regulatory, and public policy efforts across Africa. She partners with heads of state and various stakeholders in public and private sector, academia, and civil society to advance the digitalization agenda across the continent. This includes shaping and advancing strategies that foster innovation and digital technologies. Some of the positions she holds on various boards is, Charmaine serves as the chair of the ICT Industry Association, the South African Communications Forum, SACF in other words. She's a board member of the Cisco Technology Systems local board and acts as the chair of the Cisco Charitable Trust headquartered in San Jose, California. Charmaine serves on the Presidential Commission on the Fourth Industrial Revolution under President Cyril Ramaphosa. She chairs the Policy and Law Reform Workstream of the Presidential 4IR Commission. She's a member of the Be Good Global Citizenry Advisory Council, powered by Be Good and funded by Tyler Perry. Charmaine is passionate about transformation and the advancement of the ICT sector, especially women in the sector, and is the recipient of several business awards in recognition of her vision, collaboration, leadership, and achievements in the ICT sector. To mention a few, in November 2016, she was named South Africa's top woman in ICT. In August 27, Charmaine was awarded the MTN Ministerial Recognition Award for her outstanding contribution towards the ICT industry in South Africa. In 2019, Charmaine was nominated by her peers in this ICT industry as a finalist for the IT Personality of the Year Award. Charmaine recently founded AfriJam, a non-profit organization that mentors, coaches, and sponsors young female leaders in the ICT sector. And then, on top of all of that, she has a master's in business administration and other degrees, just to mention a few. She also has a bachelor's degree in arts. But here I want to go off script a little bit. She grew up, and I want to give you some personal information about her that you may not know, and it'll be just between us if you want to come a little closer. She grew up in Wentworth in KwaZulu-Natal. She was raised by her grandmother. You know, on the Cape Flats, we say, Oma's kind. Mtaka gogo. Special people, you know who I'm talking about. The rest of us are good, but those people raised by grandparents are a real special, resilient breed. In that way, she reminds me a little bit of Yogi, our leader, because they both love meditation and fasting. And of course, they're both strong women. I don't think you're hearing me, Foundation family. I said strong woman. Show your love in the chat, please. And if you ask her very nicely, she may tell you about the friendship crew. Foundation family, show your love and flood the chat for our keynote speaker, affectionately known as Madam Harvey to her Twitter followers, and she has thousands. Ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary individuals, I always wanted to say this. Thank you, Butle. Let's cross live to our studios in Johannesburg.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome onto screen your keynote speaker for the day, Ms. Charmaine Houvet.
So good evening, everybody, and wow, Dion, thank you so much for such a fascinating conversation. For that introduction, as you were talking, I was thinking, which one of my friends is Dion actually connected to? How does he know so much information about me? But it's also quite nice, actually, to get some of the slightly private information out there. For anyone who knows me, I'm just so private. So yes, listening to that introduction, I've started asking myself, where do I actually find this time? And therefore, I think it's no mistake that I'm standing here today and I'm talking on collaboration. For anyone who's had the opportunity to work with me, they know how important collaboration is to me and how it's such a fundamental component of everything that I do and how I show up in my daily life. And as I got to think about this discussion and this conversation tonight, I started to reflect on the years that I've spent across the continent and globally, and there are many. Dion says I've been in the industry for 2 decades. I've actually been in the industry for over 3 decades. So I'm fortunate that I'm one of those who may not look exactly like my age. So I've been in this industry for many, many years, and I've started to reflect on the power of collaboration and the intention of collaboration. I've started to see that the pandemic has really and truly brought us to a state of consciousness just around how we show up for this collaboration. And interestingly enough, you know, we've seen the joke that's been making the rounds on social media that it's not the CEO, it's not the CIO, it's not the heads of digitization that have actually encouraged heads of states and governments to actually take up the baton of collaboration and technology. It's actually been the COVID pandemic. And I got to thinking of some of the engagements that I found quite captivating in my time across the continent. And one that comes to mind is in 2016, I had the honor of being at the World Economic Forum in Rwanda. And for the very first time, I heard Professor Schwab, who is the founder and the chairman of the World Economic Forum, talk about the advent of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Now, there were many things that he shared that day that left us all dumbstruck, and we thought, no, surely not. This cannot simply be possible. This just seems too complicated in terms of what we're expecting for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. But of everything he said, the following statement to this day still captivates me, and I actually still remember it so clearly in my mind. He stated that the world is standing on the brink of a technological revolution that will fundamentally alter the manner in which we work, we live, we play, the manner in which we think, and even the manner in which we relate to each other. And he went on to say that the scope, the scale, and the complexity of this transformation was nothing like humankind would ever see in this lifetime or any other time. But he also said something very interesting. He said, therefore, it means that we don't know what the future holds in terms of this transformation, but what we do know is that our response to it has to be integrated, it has to be comprehensive, and it has to involve a polity of global stakeholders, from public policy to private, all the way through to academia and even civil society. And that actually got me thinking that more and more, it makes sense why movements, global movements like He for She, why global movements like the 17 SDGs, ranging from quality work to zero poverty, gender equality, and all the different items, as well as maybe movements, even like AfriJam. It got me thinking that this is therefore why we see that for anyone to actually enter such an initiative or lead an initiative, even put up your hand to say, I want to lean in and I actually want to become part of the bigger change for our more fragile communities and for those who are not as equal as they should be. It requires, as Brene Brown so beautifully puts it, it requires a deeper sense of compassion. It needs a different sense of courage, and it actually needs a deeper boldness. And I think more and more, we're starting to see, even during this pandemic, that those collaborations that have worked and that have worked tremendously well have some sort of flavor of compassion. There's lots and lots of empathy. And of course, there's a big factor of trust as well that starts to come into collaboration. So we understand and we know that we are coming together to collaborate for various reasons. And I think the big reasons are often because we have a shared vision, we have a shared goal. I think ultimately we're also trying to figure out how do we share joint resources. But I also think most importantly, it's because we are inspired by something that is much greater than us. And I think when we start to look at these bold intentions, I am in full agreement with the Dean of the Fuqua School of the Duke Business University, Dean Bill Boulding, who actually says it's very interesting that he's noted when it comes to real intentional collaborations and those that are driven with true passion and with will, he says, yes, it's fair. If you look at these collaborations, there's a very deep element of EQ, so you have emotional intelligence. There's also a large percentage of IQ, so intellect is quite crucial. But there's a new quotient that he starts to introduce, and it's called the decency quotient. Because I think anyone who thinks that collaboration is straightforward, collaboration is a straight line, it's simple, and you go in there with all of your trust and you make yourself vulnerable to the process and you believe that you are going to get out what you put in, that hasn't always been my experience across the continent. So I'm a firm believer that the decency quotient becomes so much more important when you're actually leaning in to solve Africa's problems by Africans for Africa. And again, speaking of the decency quotient, when I think of so many of the current challenges that we were faced with in the ICT industry, we've been talking about the release of high demand spectrum, for example, since 2016. And the process has been extremely litigious. And we find the biggest role players are the ones who are delaying this process. And of course, at the expense of many of the stakeholders that are actually leading opportunities like AfriJam. And the sad thing again is when you sit in a space, or you sit in any type of space, and you actually read the chat groups, and a lot of the youngsters and the youth are saying, I cannot continue with this conversation because I've run out of data. And yet this is what this release of high demand spectrum is supposed to do. It's supposed to lower the cost of data, and it's also supposed to bridge the digital divide, and it should actually democratize education. And so many of the at-homes that we experienced during the lockdown, the work from home, the learning from home, the socializing from home. But this, of course, wasn't possible. And I think something that interested me was that the ICT sector came together as a whole during the lockdown process, together with the former Minister of ICT, Stella Ndabeni-Abrams, and we actually worked with her to move conversations forward around how then do we actually make available the spectrum that has been nothing but a dream for so many decades. And interestingly enough, temporary spectrum was actually assigned during lockdown. And we saw so many of the mobile operators come together to even zero rate many sites so that we get a step closer to democratizing education and to getting at least 90% of those who are unable to connect in fragile communities to connect. Granted, that spectrum is temporary spectrum, but still the quality of service that it offered to many of us was absolutely phenomenal. So therefore, it brings the point home again that Professor Schwab was actually pushing that for us to do this and for us to ensure that we form part of this huge transformation that we are standing on the brink of, it takes a society, it takes a community, it takes a village to be able to move that forward. And a village who shows up with deep compassion and empathy that says that I'm going to do this because it's the right thing to do. And again, I think people often mistake collaboration and think that when you collaborate, then there have to be winners and then there have to be losers. And that's not always the case, because even with the temporary spectrum being allocated and all of these tick boxes being met and the phenomenal achievements that we were able to actually meet during this lockdown, still, many of these mobile companies did not go bankrupt because they had to zero rate sites or because, you know, the ministry actually allocated this temporary spectrum to a lot of them. So for me, then, it begs the question, if this was something that we could have done long before lockdown, what was so difficult to collaborate? And also something else which is interesting to me, I actually saw how at the very height of level lockdown 5, we had so many of the multinationals, so much of the global players and local operators leaning into government, offering technology free of charge, offering equipment to some of the hospitals in the outlying and the rural areas. And for the first time, something else which was but a wish and a dream was remote specialization in hospital, and remote diagnosis was something that we never thought we would see on the continent. But through collaboration, it became possible. I worked with Cisco to actually put some of this equipment out in the Baragwanath Hospital when doctors could not actually see patients, physically, and doctors were able to remote diagnose many of these patients. They were able to actually get a lot of these patients as families to come in and to actually interact with them via this type of technology. So again, when you look at a real dire need that sort of just nudges you over to the edge, we start to see that by bringing together a sphere of stakeholders, in Professor Schwab's terms, that you need a polity of these global players to come together and to actually work for the greater good. It is possible, and it does happen. Again, we saw so many of these sectors actually lean in so deeply and actually start to make connection available in many of these schools, because not all of the schools could actually transition to overnight remote working. My company, it was very easy for them to actually transition overnight, keeping 75,000 people at home. But again, that was not the case for everybody else. So I think the key message that I think resonated with me was that when there's a clarion call for true collaboration. Collaboration has to be taken up with that authenticity. And I think there's a big portion of it that takes courage, because again, for many of us, we often ask the question of why the need to collaborate, but why would I have to lean in for a he for she? It's she that's being impacted, it's not he that's being impacted. So why then do I have to collaborate and actually assist and lean in to actually get this course moving? But the one thing that becomes apparent is that collaboration actually moves the needle forward to ensure that at some point in time, whatever we're standing at the brink of and whatever is eventually coming to us is going to be well prepared, because we've thought the responses through, and these responses are automatic, and they come to a point that when they needed, they can actually be responded to. So I know that many of us have heard of the hashtag Stronger Together, and of course, we are only stronger together because we are able to do these sort of collaborations. And again, you know, looking at a space just like AfriJam, and we look at the lives that we're actually changing because of these sort of gatherings where we start to demystify so much of our industries, we start to demystify so many of these sectors where the youth actually want to start tapping in. And I think one of the most important factors when you bring a lot of these stakeholders into the room is always to build a solid case, because I think we sometimes forget that personalities range when you actually collaborate. And I can actually think of it when I chaired the Policy and the Law Reform Committee for President Ramaphosa's 4IR Commission. I've come across some very interesting personalities, and I've come across some very interesting tasks. And in the beginning, we very quickly realized that this was one of the most difficult collaborative spaces. And at the end of our term, yes, we did hand over the findings and the recommendations to the president. And again, I think we could have not have done that if I had gone to solely represent Cisco as my company without taking into consideration the greater communities, and I think the bigger country as a whole, where this so seriously needed to happen around how best we need to collaborate in these respective spaces. So just to call out to many of us who are out there and who are stalwarts in the many of the industries that we work in, I encourage you, please put up your hand. If there are spaces that you know we can work in and that you can actually grow these sort of spaces, please continue to do so. And if you do think that there are some spaces that are not properly tapped in, that you could potentially bring some type of knowledge, or you could potentially bring in some type of resource to actually start to go back and reignite and revitalize the township communities, I think now is the time to actually put up your hand and lean in to start to figure out how best to make collaboration a reality. And it's not something that we do for now and it ends. It's something that starts to contribute to the broader building of villages and community. And so I think, just in closing, something that resonated so well for me when it comes to collaboration is an African proverb that says, if you want to go far, you can actually go together, but if you want to go fast, then you're going to go alone. Thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Hello, everybody, and I am back at the green screen with Miss Nyakalo, looking cute as always with the kicks. As always, this year I decided to join you. I was like,
yeah,
I'm not missing out on this one. I need to come. Scared to whatever. I'll come with my kicks. Are you having a good time? Are you enjoying today?
I am. It's been a good AfriJam so far.
Oh, that's amazing. So, guys, we just stepped out of our keynote from the amazing Charmaine. Put down in the chat below, what did you like? What did you learn? There was so many takeaways. I think from me, I really just understood the point that collaboration is just so important, and that we need to come together to not just find the problems, but also serve as a solution altogether. So, guys, let me discuss this beautiful lady right here, who is not only the project manager for this event, but she is the amazing PO to many candidate fellows. So if she's your PO, put it down in the chat below. Give her a shout out. Say, shout out favorite PO. Hey. Shout out. Anyways, so like I just said, we had our keynote. What was your takeaway? What is collaboration to you?
For me, collaboration is working together to get to the end goal and doing it in the best way possible. Yeah. I believe in win-win-win. I don't think anyone has to lose. Yeah. So I think collaboration is people coming together, really exploring the best ways that they can work towards the goal and doing it for the common good.
And that was our theme even last year, entrepreneurship for the common good. Even this year, again, we're bringing it to entrepreneurship for our common good through collaboration.
Yes.
So, as you heard me mention with Miss Sneakers, if you don't know Nyaks, I don't know. I really just don't know, because you'll always catch her on stage with the sneakers running around, dancing, looking pretty. So, you've been planning Jam for I don't know how long now. And last year we moved from physical at Birchwood to virtual. Yeah. What have been the challenges? What are the dynamics of planning a virtual event as opposed to like an actual physical contact event?
Yeah, I think online there are so many technical elements to it that I had no idea that we needed to think about. So I've learned a lot around the technical aspects, but I think what's been actually really great, we've been able to work with and collaborate with people we never would have worked with before. Yeah. We have such a broad reach now, and we're able to engage in different ways and have incredible speakers, panelists, people from around the world who can, engage with us. And I think even this year, having the broader Grey philanthropic entities joining us has been phenomenal. And so, it's speaking to the power of collaboration and being able to access and reach each other. Yeah. But we've learned a lot. There's been some challenging experiences in moving from a physical to a digital event. But we hope you guys are enjoying what we've been able to do the last 2 jamborees, doing it online and having fun and connecting in some way possible.
Yeah, definitely. So before you leave, who would you like to give a shout out before we get out? Give a shout out to one person real quick.
Oh my gosh, I don't know. No, okay, the team who built Jamboree. Yeah.
So that is it from us in the green screen. Thank you so much for your amazing answers. Guys, collaborate. I'm here. We collaborated with our sneakers. So make sure you do collaborate, and thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome onto screen Caleb Dlamini.
Evening, Sanbonani. Collaboration, that's the theme that we had today. Where did it all start? Today, we started with open space, pitching finalists, scholars, social enterprise, validation, and creation. And we have made history by having the JGF candidate fellows host their own booth as well. Wow. What next? It was an Alan Gray message, inspiring to know and hear from the founder what he was thinking right from the beginning, and to remind ourselves where are we going with that legacy. Then we had our philanthropic entities discussion, which was facilitated by Nontando Mthethwa, with 5 panelists across the entities. The session was focused on the collaboration for impact and common good, where we had speakers like Karen, who's from the AG Makers, Julian Hewitt, who's from JGF, Kirsten, who's from 10KJ. Imagine 10,000 jobs as a target in the South Africa that is full of unemployment. Wow. Then we had Aline, all the way from Kenya, who was broadcasting from Rwanda, truly African as we are on AfriJam. Then we have Sipo from Eastwood. Interesting what we have learned from collaboration across our own entities in the Alan Gray family. Lastly, just now, we've just heard from Charmaine. The key question that she was answering How might entrepreneurs broaden their reach, find opportunities, and collaborate in a borderless and boundarless way across the continent, leveraging technology as a way of exponentially to solve problems for Africa? That's a lot of food for thought that you've took away today. Thank you to the organizers. Day 2 is over, somehow. Okay, is it the end of the evening? I hear a big no. Yes, you're right, it's not. Where are we going now? Jamming. So the up-and-coming concert, which is about what? Celebrating our program participants, our homegrown talent. We are going to have fun. But remember, scholars, na lights off at some point. Okay, what about tomorrow? Because it's still going on. Tomorrow we've got our last day. It starts very early, 9 o'clock, but it's nice and long, unlike today. So we have up until 3 o'clock where we're going to be learning a little bit more and getting more insight on what our program participants are up and running. To everyone, safe evening. Let's go jamming. Thank you.
I am back again at the green screen again now with the host with the most, Kagiso. Guys, we had to bear some sad news.
So sadly, this is the last time you guys are going to be seeing the both of us for today. And sadly, tomorrow is the last day of Jamboree. But we have some good news, guys. It's time to groove. It's a Friday. Let's go groove nicely. Let's go enjoy ourselves.
Even though tomorrow is our last day, please do stay tuned because we will be announcing all the winners tomorrow for the challenges, for the social media tweets. So if you've been tweeting and you've been @ing us, tomorrow you're about to receive that 1,000 Rand Take-A-Lot voucher. But like Okagiso has said, this is not the end. We're about to take it down at Cape Town and break it down. So thank you so much. It's been such an honor to be the MC for today. I've had so much fun with Okagiso and the rest of the team. So from us here in Joburg City, Spogazi, take it away.
And we're back in the mother city. Zama and Kagiso, thank you so much for holding it down in our Johannesburg studio. The city that raised me, the city of gold. Right now, we're back in the mother city, and we are about to start with our Celebrating Africa concert. So please do sit tight. Don't go anywhere. You know, Master Foundation, they've got us. We've got amazing performances coming up. And when I say amazing, I mean AMAZING in caps, okay? So don't go anywhere. And I'm sure most of you have finished your snacks, but you don't need your snacks. And yesterday, it was quite awkward for me. I was there, jamming by myself in my room. So I hope today, it's a Friday evening, so I really hope that you have come together, collaborated with some of your friends and family to enjoy this wonderful concert. To start us off, we have a Namibian poet by the name of Jacobina. She goes by this name to commemorate her very own mother. I am sure that you will enjoy her wonderful poem that she has for us in store tonight. Thereafter, we have Ruby Kalmer and the band, an alternative jazz band that mixes some hip-hop lyrics here and there to really stun us. And I'm sure you will be stunned. Please do enjoy. Jacobina, over to you, girl.
Hi guys, welcome to AfriJam. Excited, first time I'm performing here, so show some love, and if I make a mistake, yeah. So the poem that I'm going to perform is titled Ireni, and it is partially in my language and partially in English so that you guys understand, but it's to commemorate where I came from since it's Africa Day. So listen up, and I hope the message talks to you. Ireni amuhe tuyeni komthima, Ireni amuhe tuyeni komthima, komthima womeya Komthima gomeya, komthima gomeya. Irenuno na wa Africa, irenitu shenje oshiwana. Oh come, oh African kids, you that has been colored by the African soil and kissed to melanin goodness by the African sun. This is a call for you to rise, to help, to build, to change. You see, your voice is too powerful to be muted into submission, but instead it deserves to be broadcasted to every single heart out there to be used as a stepping stone for change. Your hands are too precious to be chained to fear. So listen up. Listen. Do you hear the power? Boom. Boom. Do you hear that? That is the sound of your heads smashing through every single lie they have attached to your youth. Because you, as young as you are, you have the power to bring change and to build this African nation. Do you hear yourself building a community? Inatutira shashi mbaye. Sorry. Natuprikinamba kwamba yatira shashi tsagunjuka tuno mbepo yokushenjo shiwana. Ire ni amu hetuye ni komthima. Ire ni amu hetuye ni komthima. Komthima gomeya, komthima gomeya, komthima gomeya. Irenuno na wa Africa, irenitu shenje oshiwana. Oh, do you hear their tears, oh African child? Do you see how their tears, the tears of their pain and their problems wash our streets clean? Do you hear their whisper of unemployment, of pain, of poverty, of help? Or have you signed off their sighs of defeat as a rumor? Shh. Shh. Listen. Do you hear them? Do you hear that? Do you hear the child that is tied to your calling and your future? The child that is trying to fend off the Edward Scissorhands in his life because they're trying to cut down their dreams with their words. Oh, do you hear that? Oh, how easy it is to let a child dream. Oh, how easy it is to kill a child's dreams. So why do you lay tombstones for yours and kill your dreams when it's meant to pass on stepping stones to the next generation so that they can build a community and a nation that blesses us all? It, after all, takes a village to raise one child. So you too, as young as you are helping raise that village, that child, that community. Oh, build, oh, rise. Oh, young one. Oh, African child. Oh, African child. Oh, Kanaka Africa. Oh, African child. An African child shall be Africa's redemption. Oh, Kanaka Africa. Take tukwasero kuhupitho shiwana. And thank you. So I'm going to be back again performing another poem, but in this time I'm going to collaborate with you guys for the theme of today. So the first 5 people to send in word suggestions about what Africa means to you will be featured in a freestyle poem that I'll be personally performing just for you guys. Thank you for the stage.
Hey guys, my name is Rudy Chalmers. This is my wonderful band, 5 Times the Charm. We're so excited to be here at the Alan Gray Jamboree to join you. What a beautiful poem that just came before. We hope you guys enjoy a couple songs that we have to share with you. Oh, I just wanna know what you need to show me. Can we really grow? Baby, I am hoping that you'll get to know me, that you'll get to know me. Whoa, hello, whoa, whoa, I can see you. Whoa, I can feel you, oh, next to me. Oh, giving me a little more energy. Oh, hello. show. Welcome to your show. This is your show. These are your goals. Look to the show, to the dream. I'm standing 10 toes, I'm feeling solid on my feet. Funeral to any beat, hell I make it sound so sweet. It's criminal flow, tell everybody follow me, another planet we go. Look, I'm excited by the moment, hope I own it or just get it right. Looking at my lyrics, hope they quote them in the books they write. I have to be the little spoon so I can fall asleep at night, I'm honest. Look, my lady holds me really tight, but back to the point. I hope they play in this joint and pass it around to their friends. I'm chasing ends, making sure the people listen again. I'm just lucky to be living, doing this while I can. Making music you can rock to, hope you vibe with the plan. I'm trying to clean up my vans. What if Moses' toes were roses and so were his hands? Well then he'd be a walking bouquet. I'm waking up and seizing the day before the heavens come and take me away. Hello, oh I can see you. Oh I can feel you. Oh next to me. Oh, giving me a little more energy. Oh, hello, welcome to the show. Welcome to your show. This is your show. These are your goals. Oh, I said I'm singing hello. Oh, I can see you. Oh, next to me. Oh, next to me. Giving me a little more energy. Hello, welcome to the show. Welcome to your show. This is your show. These are your goals. Oh, I just wanna know what you need to show me. Can we really grow? Baby, I am hoping that you'll get to know me, that you'll get to know me. Look, I said, I just wanna know what you need to show me. Can we really grow? Baby, I am hoping that you'll get to know me, that you'll get to know me. Ooh. Thank you guys so much. That was my first track titled Welcome. Hold on, I'm saying, there goes my name. I cannot really change, I can't really change, but I can show with my range and show with my range. I said I'm dodging the rain and I'm going. They can't stop, the flare is overloading. Shout out to Killers, he told the boy that he's explosive. When I see all these others, they're really just looking. Oh, yes, I said I'm popping back and flossing like I know how. Oh, it might just rock it like it's still the show now. Oh, I see myself and I'm about to blow now. So wait till I get on my way. Wait till I get on my way. Moving, I'm already grooving. Oh no, she cannot stop it, baby. She's already moving, she's already grooving. If I'm honest, they sounded really simple. Like, look, I've had enough. I could get sentimental. Good thing I'm still in love. Can't you see that I'm lethal? I'm homosexual with gloves that might go pop on the. They should play my music, trust the poison noise I'm avoiding. Hell up, I'm frozen, they can't stop the methods I'm deploying. Ben Simmons, I might just be Roy. I said I'm popping, 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 popping like I know how. Oh, I'm rocking, 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 rocking like I know. So wait till I get on my way. Cannot stop me, baby. I'm already moving, I'm already grooving. Oh no, she cannot stop it, baby. She's already moving, she's already grooving. Ooh. That one's titled On My Way. We've got one more for you guys, and it's Groove. Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful evening.
It is so hot in studio right now. I am absolutely loving our performances, the first two performances of the night, and I'm sure you can also attest to the fact that it is absolutely amazing. The foundation has definitely outdone themselves. I really love how collaboration is coming through in very different ways. With the band, we have a 5-member band, and you have the keyboardist, you have the drummer, you have the guitarists all coming together to play their role and to make sure that the music that we get is the music that we enjoy. With that being said, Jacobina is coming back on our stage to give us the poem that she created with the words that you gave her in the chat room. Please do welcome Jacobina H.
Okay, thank you for the words, everyone. So if you notice me looking at a piece of paper, it's your words. I'm not cheating. I didn't write anything down. So I'm going to freestyle on spot. So I'm excited to see what we create together. So this is not my poem, it's our poem. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to title this To My African Kings and Queens, because that is what you are to me. We're bred from the soil, guys. Okay. So this is a title, this is a poem for he who was born in Africa, she that was raised in Africa, she that grew up in the soil, that played in the sand, that carried the soil in our heart. This poem is for you that is watching, you that is listening. This poem is for you that is trying to learn to be you, that is trying to be comfortable being you. This poem is a collaboration between your words and my words. This is my speech trying to bring into fruition every single word you gave me. This is a mixture of everything you are and everything I am. This is me carrying forth you and delivering a message to you, because this poem is for my African king and queens, those that wear their crowns proud, those that are not shy. Oh, African king with the booming voice, the strong voice. Oh, African queen with the powerful demeanor. She that fears nothing, she that fears no one, because she walks with the authority. Oh, this is a celebration for you, you at your young age that has battled everything and still risen. You have not allowed the calluses on your hands from dragging yourself from every single trial to harden your heart, but then again you still choose to be you, to love, to carry, to grow, to help. This is a poem as a gift to you guys, because this generosity is not mine alone to give, but it's for everyone a gift. Because words are fickle things. Sometimes you play with them, slightly they break, sometimes they mend you, other times they tether you, other times they wrap around you. This is a poem for you and me. This is for our unity. Because you and I are one, we're not separate, because we grew up in this African soil. I carry Africa with me everywhere I go. You carry the breath of Africa wherever you go, because she is recognizable in your eyes, in your hair, in your skin, in your voice, in your words. Oh, African kings and queens. This is a poem for you, a powerful poem for you, a collaboration between us. Your words, my speech, this is for you. Thank you, guys. And thank you for the words.
Sure. I get. I know. Ngigeza izandla zami. I'm washing my hands. It is amazing. I know. No, man. The talent is just through the roof. It is amazing. As an African king myself, I feel so inspired. I feel so, so inspired. Jacobina, thank you so much for using your words to heal, for using your words for us to be able to use our voices, for being a vessel of honor, for being a vessel for us to shine as Africans. Up next, we have yet again Man on Lemon, who is our deep house DJ for today. Ziabu in studio. I'm getting ready to dance. I'm taking off my shoes. So please do enjoy Man on Lemon. Whoa.
Here we are again, here we are again. Here we are again, here we are again.
Here we are again, gathered. It's another floor, another club, another place, another dance, another think, another moment, another space, another time, another outfit.
Here we are again, here we are again.
Here we are again. It's another move, another dance, another throw your hands up in the air, everybody, another scream, another spiritual awakening, another drink in your hand. Here we are again. It's another I love you, another I need you, another I want you here for the rest of my life. Another heartbreak, another try again, or another please take me back. Another I want you back, another I still love you, let's do it again. Here we are again. Here we are again. It's another new song you've never heard before, playing through your ears. It's another moment when you're sitting in the office, thinking about the million things that you could be doing. Here we are again, doing this again, living again, doing it again, feeling it a little bit different. Here we are again, it's another day where you have risen to conquer and succeed. And when you do, you conquer and succeed again. And when you do, you conquer and succeed again. Here we are again. On the same floor, standing next to people we do not know, wearing another outfit, having planned this for weeks. We are now gathered here today for spiritual, enlightened vibrations and wokeness that we've never felt. Here we are again on this floor. And we look at each other, we don't know who we are. Look at each other, we don't know who we are. Look at each other, we don't know who we are. But all we know that we are here again, doing this. And we're doing it right.
Here we are again, here we are again.
Here we are again. Gathered.
Here we are again, here we are again.
Here we are again. Gathered.
Here we are again, here we are again.
Here we are again. Gathered.
Here we are again, here we are again.
Here we are again. Gathered.
sunrise. Let your sun shine. Let your sun rise. Let your sun shine. Let your sun rise. Let your sun shine.
It's booming in studio, guys. I don't want to lie to you. I don't want to lie. It's booming in studio. I'm sure you can pick up the energy from your screen. We are having so much fun. Up next, we have a CF, a candidate fellow, who is going to be performing her own music. It is very special for me because I am a year-equipped candidate fellow, and she's also a year-equipped candidate fellow. She goes by the name of LSA. I'm sure in WhatsApp group here to 1212345 It's busy, it's booming. Please do shout her out in our chat room, and shout out our amazing DJ, Man on Lemon. They are doing an amazing job in studio. It is cold today in Cape Town, but I'm feeling hot because they're bringing the heat. LSA girl, take it away.
Hi everyone. Congrats, Man on Lemon. That was fire. I'm so.
1,
Must be love on the brain. Must be love on the brain. Thank you. Next song I'll be singing is Running by Beyonce and Ara Benjamin. These four lonely walls have changed the way I feel, the way I feel. I'm standing still, and nothing else matters now. You're not here, so where are you? I've been calling you, darling. I've been missing you. Where else can I go? Where else can I go? Chasing you, chasing you. Memories turn to dust. Please don't bury us. I got you. Running, 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 running. I'm running and running from myself. Together we'll face it all. I ain't running, 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 ain't running from myself no more. I'm ready to face it all. If I lose myself, I lose it all. Thank you. Next song is ready. Yeah. Hope you enjoy. You had a bad beat, but you wasn't ready. I'm steady. I broke your heart, guess I'm Lisa the Betty. I'm angry. I wanted it badly, but I wasn't ready. Not so steady. After all, you broke my heart, but I guess I'm the Betty. I'm angry. Talk about it. I'm the problem. I'm the one out here making mess for everybody. But I'm not sorry, and I'm not worried. I'ma get my feelings out with somebody. You don't keep your chatter, disguise this banter. I'm not here, I'm not here. I'm so far out. I'm so far out. You had a bad beat, but you wasn't ready. I'm steady. I broke your heart, guess I'm Lisa the Betty. I'm angry. I wanted it badly, but I wasn't ready. Not so steady. After all, you broke my heart, but I guess I'm the Betty. I'm angry. This one's shout out to my Alan Gray group. All you skips, walked the chat last night. This is for you. Delicious zombie. It's that time of the year to disappear for the night with somebody. And just to be clear, over here we keep it light, nothing funny. And I don't want no complications. A little rough love and little altercation. Show me what you got, 'cause honey, I ain't faking. No, just landed at the party. I can see you want me. Stop playing, let's get down to the deal. Not trying to be a shoddy, but we can get real. Hands all on my body, just feel me. Why all of a sudden you acting so shy, like you weren't the one that started giving me. Just rise it up, baby, look me deep in my eyes, and I'll see you later tonight, all night, alright, alright. Just landed at the party, I can see you want me. Stop playing, let's get down to the deal. Not trying to be a shoddy, but we can get real nutty. Hands on my body, just feel me. Thank you so much.
I'm sure you can tell by the smile on my face ukuthi ngijabule ngiyafa angazi ukuthi ngizenzeni. I am so happy. Before LSA goes off stage, I have a question for her because she is a CF. So I want to, engage with her and find out what her favorite aspect of AfriJam this year has been thus far.
My favorite part of AfriJam so far was yesterday. I attended this really great masterclass. Denislav was facilitating it and Professor Scott was giving it. It was really interesting about content creation and the future of it with deepfakes. And I found that really nice, and the comments that people were engaging with and stuff was really inspiring and really funny. People keep it going on the chats.
Sure. Thank you, LSA, for that wonderful answer. I can agree with you that the masterclasses yesterday were top tier. As Usnazo said yesterday, at the foundation, we are top 2, honey, but never number 2, okay? So thank you so much and have a wonderful evening, LSA. It was so amazing to have you here. And you know what? I'm so inspired by the talent that we have in the foundation. Coming up, we have one of our main acts. Manja, guys, I want us to take a little bit of a traveling back to last year. Last year, the foundation brought Deben Gogo. Yeah, nyayizwa maralek. Okay, do you get it? Deben Gogo. Besila. All right, we were here, and it was absolutely amazing in studio. This year, they said, you know what, let's surprise the kids. Let's say double time, because 1 is amazing, 2 is super splendid for race. Okay, so today we have DJ Lloyd and Sir Vincent. If they're not at the Old Biscuit Mill on a wonderful Saturday morning grooving with us, you can find one of them on 5FN. The other of them is collaborating with our Fistas Mixwell. I'm telling you, Kunzima in studio today. Here they are. Take it away.
mapaya, and that's for no fire. Get down, shima get down. I be unknowns I saw. Listen to the corner, listen to Chavisona, and the Bantana papaya, and that's for no fire. Get down, shima get down. I be unknowns I saw.
Bagwa pleshandis Senkalu bajimisa Sebeye kukungisabisa Sebefuna ukungithembisa Ebathi bagwa pleshandis Awusenkalu bajimisa Sebeye kukungisabisa sebefuna ukungithembisa ayi ebathi umsebenzi wami uzongisiza ngakekela uma isiza themba akekho uzongivila ngihamba nomaphorisa umsebenzi wami uzongisiza ngakekela uma isiza themba akekho uzongivila ngihamba nomaphorisa ebathi bakwableshanisa sebeqala ukungijimisa sebeyeka ukungisabisa sebefuna ukungithembisa bathi bakwableshanisa sebeqala ukungijimisa sebeyeka ukungisabisa sebefuna ukungithembisa masifika bopa 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 ingane bopa nakusekufika amabhoza nakusekufika amabhoza oh bopa 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 ingane bopa sibekezelile saposta manje le mpilo izokosta asike sithapha amabhoda oh bopa 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 asesifikile bopa bopa ingane bopa 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 sibekezelile saposta asike sithapha amabhoda bopa bopa bopa
bopa kukhupha kumnotho bathi ngiyibhoza ubhudo yasidonsi nangiseka bopa nangiseka mosha lomntana hot umshot tot uthi uhamba nami emva kwahanja uthi sakawona imali engaka ubona umadomanda aphethe izaka athi ufuna ibalance yaka bopa kukhupha kumnotho bathi ngiyibhoza ubhudo yasidonsi nangiseka bopa nangiseka mosha lomntana hot umshot tot uthi uhamba nami emva kwahanja uthi sakawona imali engaka ubona umadomanda aphethe izaka athi ufuna ibalance yaka
bopa 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 ingane bopa nakusekufika amabhoza nakusekufika amabhoza oh bopa 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 ingane bopa sibekezelile saposta manje le mpilo izokosta asike sithapha amabhoda oh bopa 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 asesifikile bopa bopa ingane bopa 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 sibekezelile saposta asike sithapha amabhoda bopa bopa bopa
Pangipisa ngokatali yangeshaye impama thinta indoda yami sokaba namfana msebenzi wami ngiyawuthanda mfana zibangolayini izinto online ay online ay online kushu hayibo pangipisa ngokatali yangeshaye impama thinta indoda yami sokaba namfana msebenzi wami ngiyawuthanda zihamba online pangipisa ngokatali yangeshaye impama thinta indoda yami sokaba namfana msebenzi wami ngiyawuthanda zihamba online izinto zihamba online zihamba online zihamba online zihamba online
ewe uhlala ngandivisa kabuhlungu indlela umphethe ngayo uvusa balele I'm sorry my baby ngicela uxolo ngikuxolele my baby you didn't mean it ndisathanda mna I'm sorry my baby ngicela uxolo I'm so sorry now ngikuxolele my baby you didn't mean it ndisathanda mna uvusabalele 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 Yeah.
Okay. I know, I feel so honored. Mhlawumbe, let me just dub myself as a celebrity as well. I'm rolling with DJ Lloyd,
Oh, yes.
Sir Vincent.
Oh, yes.
Hi,
It's Marcy. It's Marcy.
So I have a question for you guys, ne? This year, our theme is AfriJam, right?
Yeah.
And one of our hashtags is Create Your Africa, right? So as DJs, what does that mean to you?
Look, man, it's like such an amazing time to be South African, to be African. If you look at like just the music scene, how a genre like Mapiano is going all over the world, it's like amazing, you know? So there's no time to be prouder to be African. So thank you so much for having us as well.
Thank you for being here. Uthini, Vincent.
Whatever he said, I agree with you. Just one.
And that's on collaboration.
Cool.
They're brothers and they said, Mina, what you say, I go
Yeah.
with. Thank you so much for being here as one of our main acts. We're so excited. Going all over, back to Johannesburg, we have another Amapiano sensation, Ubuhle Bakithi. Enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome onto screen, Buhle.
I hope everybody's good out there. Oh, are you ready to party? Let's go. Ubushulendile, ubushulendile, ubushulendile. Let's go, AfriJam. Are you ready? Zombie. Zombie. What's that? Are you ready? Hey. Hayabo. I wanna money. Ooh. Let's go.
Somebody busy sitting fast. That's not my sauce. What up? This one from this year. Home shit.
Ayuwe. Aha. Ayo. Ayo hamba nobody. Ayo no hamba nobody. Ayo hamba nobody. this song. This one goes out to all the beautiful ladies and the beautiful jams. Bo, 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 bo. A song. I'm simple. What's no more bega? Tada na bega nari. Oya kisi abana oya. A song. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm simple. No more bega oya bana. Sababi no mumbega uyabona imelo ntana na bluga gamnandi uya kisu yabona uya tabari 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 tata imelo am simple sababi imelo no mumbega uyabona ntana na bluga gamnandi uya kisu yabona uya tabari 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 tata. Well, my beautiful ladies and gents. Yes, 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 yes. I want us to sing this one. Let's go. Noma bengatini, Noma bengatini. Let's go, let's go. I'm simple, I'm so happy. Give it all. No more peka, we are one now. Give it all. Tana na pluga gamnadi. We are get to one now. We are tabari, 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 tata. Give me, give me, give me, get up. Thank you, beautiful people. Y'all are beautiful. Salve. Vamos. Aí, Anti wenu chwanyi Asabi ufuna abantu abazogiya Yeah The three bushes on stage Oh Niyakwazi ukugiya This is a traditional Zulu dance. Asabe. Oh yo yo. Oh yo yo. Oh yo. Oh yo yo. La la la. What's nalitilo? Awusenhlala enkala angisahleke ekhaya ngenzani Ay man Ay withani uselala malude Ikhaya limele Iyokwenza njani na Usa Uselala malude Asabe Mama Aganisize Oibo Asabeni Oibo Usa Let's go Usa Uselala malude Ikhaya limele Iyokwenza njani na Babo Mama Hawalale Aganisize Uselala malude Mama Aganisize Uselala malude Aganisize Uselala malude Aganisize Oh yeah Uselala malude Asa Mama I can never be ready. Ayo, ayo. It's all, it's all, it's all, babe. What's that? What's that? What's that? Let's spread some love tonight. Atanda nini, Baba batanda nayo. What's that? Da 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 da. Ooh, ooh. Oh, oh. It's on again. You got too much, too much. Oh, so don't give a chance away. Oh, baby, don't give a chance away. What is your tandana? Mina, nawe. So for spend the sit langane, spend a foot and down, yeah. Oh, baby, don't give a chance away. What is your tandana? Mina, nawe. So for spend the sit langane, spend a foot and down, yeah. Oh, oh. Thank you so much.
Ooh, I'm a nobody. Ooh, I'm a nobody. Yeah. Muhle girl, you did your thing. Thank you so much for joining us at the Alan Gray Orbis Foundation. Ladies, gentlemen, non-binary people, all wonderful people of the world, thank you so much for joining us at day 2 of AfriJam, where we dissected what it means to collaborate with other people. What does collaboration mean? AfriJam this year is all about inspiring young Africans, just as myself and you, to create change for Africa through digitalization, sustainability, and collaboration. Yesterday was all about digitalization. Today was all about collaboration. And tomorrow we will be delving into the world of sustainability. What does it mean to be sustainable? What does it mean to build a Wakanda where we can have all that we need for years and years to come, for generations and generations to come? I am absolutely honored to have hosted you for the Celebrating Africa concert. Igama lami ukazi wawakhuzwayo. Ngiyasiqhenya kakhulu ukuba lana namhlanje. Enjoy your evening, and that is it from me signing out.